Puzzle solving. So the way this game works, let's get into the game, is I think I played some hex cells on stream before, which has a lot of similarities to what Tametsi is doing. It's Minesweeper at its core, so you're finding mines. In this case, there is one mine connected to this hex, so it's got to be here. There's one mine connected to this hex, it's got to be here. And that means there's one mine left connected to this hex, so it's got to be here. Fairly straightforward there. And then, much like before, if these three are all mines, then these two can't be mines. Ones you can kind of figure out based on the ones, and then these threes have threes, so that's got to be it, which means that can't be it. Hey, Cryptomancer. There's a total number of mines visible, which is neat. And there is a setting, I think, to have the hexes count down as well. And I'm not sure if I want that. I think I don't. I think that's more confusing than not confusing. I want you to be able to click on the hex also, but I guess that's not necessarily a thing. This is 3, there are 3, they have to be like this. 7 left. This is 1. This 2 is now set. This is 1 left. Yup, that's the one. 4. Alright, well that's 4. Pretty straightforward. And now it's 0, so these are safe to open. And now we see how things differ from Hexcel. You never have to guess. It's cute. So, yeah, as you can see, it's not limited to hexes. There's a lot of different arrangements for puzzles, and you can see that there's a lot going on here, potentially. So, where do I go from here? This one's 5. Is this actually just touching 5 things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Nice and easy. This one also, like, touching exactly 2 things, so there's really not a lot of options there, which means this has openings here. Hey, Twinge, how's it going? I still want to be able to click on the thing and have it reveal stuff if it's already accounted for, but I guess that is not a thing. From here, this has to be 1. This is now touching exactly 3 things. I mean, also the 2 here. And now, where are we? Here, yes. Which means this 2 is open. This 1 is open. This 1 is open. Touching exactly 1 thing. This 2 is open. This 2 is resolved. 5s! Huge numbers. Control while hovering a cell? Oh, that's cute. Oh, I should have looked at the controls before I got in here. That's neat. This is touching 4, so one of these 3. This is touching 2, so one of these 2. If one of these 2, then not this, because of the 5. Now this is touching exactly 2, so that has to be marked. But it still doesn't let you click it to automatically open all of the adjacent ones, which is the other thing I was looking for. This is the same deal. Exactly one of these 2 must be a bomb, which means as far as this 3 is concerned, it'll have 1, 2, and then one of these 2, which means not these. Yes, I remember you playing with countdown mode, and I think I still found it more confusing than not confusing while you were playing, but I do understand the appeal of that. This 1. This 2 means both of these, which means not this. This 1 is connected. Yeah. Oh, no, the stream is dying. Rest in peace, stream. Yeah, that's some bad frames. Bad frames. Extremely bad frames. I don't know what's happening to that. I guess this happens every once in a while. This is not the first time stuff has dipped down drastically. But I am dropping quite a few frames here. How miserable. What a welcome back. Yeah, it's up, but I am definitely dropping frames. Like, I can see it. I'm getting about half the bandwidth that I would expect to be getting here. And it is not yet recovering. Single best feature of this game for you? Alright, that's fair. That's fair. Think we might be back? Or we might still be in trouble? Still in trouble. Cool. Back for like a hot second. It's now dipping around my usual range. Instead of being like half my usual frame rate. Oh, no, there it goes. Back down a half. Distressing. I don't... What is... I'm not sure what that second thing is, Dark Twitch. It's almost back. Is it? Oh, it's a picture frame. I get it. I get it. I see what you're doing there. Are we done dropping frames? I think we might be done dropping frames. Nope. 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 Still not there. Oh, distressing. It is fantastic. I love it. All right, I'm gonna go get a soda or something while this is freaking out, and I'll be back in a second. Alright, I am back, and it looks like it's leveled out. My bandwidth seems fairly steady now at the level I have become accustomed to. And I'm not seeing any new frame drops on my end. You may, on your end, wish to refresh, because that is absolutely a thing. Sometimes Twitch gets weird about streams after they've been buffering for a bit. But yeah, I think we're back on. As soon as I figure out what I'm doing here. Which, I mean, there's not a lot of places to look, right? Like, there's exactly this thing to look at. So I guess I'll look at this thing. I think that means that this 5 also needs this spot. This is cool. This is very cool. Are there any other, like, weird overlay things or modifier key things that I should know about? Because that seems like a thing that I should maybe know about. You've already got 3. You've got 1. You've got 1. And there's 1 bomb left. Ding. I like how the title of this puzzle is You Never Have to Guess. That's cool. I like knowing that. 3 bombs total for this? That's not a lot of bombs. That is a extremely minor amount of bombs. And they have already given up on puzzle titles. We got through 4 puzzles, and now this puzzle is just 5. Alright. Welcome to Puzzle 5. I have no idea how many bombs are next to the question marks, but I know that. Easy peasy. Aw, squares! How boring. On some puzzles, tiles that meet at a corner are neighbors. A yellow symbol above the mine count will let you know. Oh, that's not universal. I don't think I realized that that wasn't universal. That's interesting. Exactly one of these, which means none of these. You need 3, which has to be these 3. You need 3, which is already those 3. You need 3, which is one of these 2, which doesn't help. Oh, you need 1. There we go. Solved it. And there's no more bombs left. Ding! Draw mode. Bottom right button. Or D. Okay. Ah, and here we get the long-awaited Picross elements. Numbers beside rows tell how many mines are in that row. They do not count down. 3, 4, which means 3 here. Alright. In order to fit 4 here, it has to be exactly like this. There's no other way to do it. 3 here, I think, means it has to be the exact opposite, but maybe, like, if this was a bomb, this can't be a bomb, and this would have to be a bomb, so it would still be exactly... Yeah, it would still have to space out. There's not a way to do it with, like, 1 here, and then 1 here, and then 1 here, because then the 1s don't work out. So it would have to be exactly these 3. And then we know that there's 3 left, so it's the same as this top area. A few other non-countdown options as well, awkwardly only in the pre-launch screen options rather than directly in-game. Interesting. Excuse me? There's colored mines. I didn't even know there were colored mines. Alright, where are the options? Oh, the pre-launch options. Like, before the game even opens up. Ah, that's a weird thing. That is still a weird thing to me, that games do that sometimes. Okay, so if I mark a bomb, I need to know what kind of bomb it is? Mine count for each color. Total mine count also includes mines under Oh, the tiles are colored, not the mine is colored. That's potentially relevant. All right. And then I can see, yeah, the tile is covered. But I know that there are 3 A mines, so all of these have to be mines, because there's only so many A tiles. Likewise with B, given that this 3 still needs 3 bombs, these 3 have to be bombs, and now B has no more mines. Fantastic. And there are 3 more mines and 3 uncovered spaces. Well, that's pretty straightforward also. Hover over a row or column hint to highlight the affected tiles. Clicking toggles a persistent highlight. Oh, neat. Okay, well, a 0 is potentially my favorite thing of all time. One of these 2, which means not this. Where do we go from here? 2 and 2, so it's plausible. Oh no, wait, this needs another bomb. It is no longer plausible for the bomb to be here and then these 2 to be bombs. So one of these 2 and one of these 3, which must mean this, and then one of these 2 we'll figure out. This one, apparently. This is 1, which we've already gotten our 1. Hey, Garrett. Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Logic! Heck yeah. I'm always in for logic. Always? Yeah, I'll call that always. Always in for logic. Both of these, one of these 2, right? Exactly one of these 2. And since this is 3, this must be a bomb. 4. 4. So 2 of these 4? 2 of these 3? Not quite there yet. Oh, this has 2 now. That's what countdown mode is for telling you that this already has 2. This now needs this to be a bomb, which means the 3 is managed. Oh, cool. These are somewhat dynamic, even if they don't count down. That's good. This needs 2, which means necessarily both of those. This is all I have? Yikes. Oh, that means exactly one of these, which means definitely this, which means none of these. There we go. Figured it out. This needs 2. Easy peasy. And these 1s are both revealed, so... You always infer logic? Remember that countdown mode only affects the rows, not the adjacent counts. Other way around. The rows and columns don't count down, and the adjacent counts do. 4 amigos. Alright, well, we're straight into it, as it were. Where do I start here? Okay, I found one place I can click on things. Because with these 2s, it has to be 2 of these 3, right? And 2 of these 3. So it could be like these two, for example, but then neither of these, right? So it has to be bomb and bomb, and then one of these two has to be a bomb, and one of these two has to be a bomb, which means these two are open. I don't know if this helped. Oh, this totally helped. Yo, Senna. Thank you for the 69 months, nice, of continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. I think this means that it needs exactly all four of these, right? And this also needs exactly all four of these, which means these two are broken. Yeah. As tradition demands. You know, I really should have a specific bit alert for that number. I don't know why that one didn't occur to me before. Maybe because it was too obvious, and I didn't want to give people, like, the obvious numbers. But still. I should do one for, what soundbite of nice is worth hearing over and over? Yeah, it would have to be something like that. I should actually do something for 420, if only to encourage people to throw $4 at a time at me. Well, this actually cleaned up a lot of bombs. That's kind of nice. So we gotta figure out where else to start now. Let's see. This seems like a good place to hang out. I'm trying to think if like the 2 3s side by side get me anywhere. And I'm not convinced that they do. Like, it could be both of these, and then one of these and one of these. Oh, wait. No more than one of these. Which means, by necessity, both of these. Since this can only have one adjacent to it. So now we know exactly one, not both of these. That doesn't actually help. We know exactly one of these, which means the 2 has 1 and 1, so this is open. Same here, right? Exactly one of these, so this 2 has 1 and 1, so this is open. Wow, that's okay. Not a lot of bombs in this particular Amigo. Exactly one of these. Exactly one of these. Exactly one of these. Aha! Aha! We found an overlap. If exactly one of these, then neither of these. Which means bomb, which means not bomb, which means bomb. And then this is a 1 touching exactly one thing, so that, so not that, so that. Good work. Well done, everybody. 2 1s next to each other. Exactly one of these, so exactly none of those. And now... the 2 and the 1 next to each other, right? Exactly one of these, and this is still going to need 1 more, so it must be that, so it can't be that, so it must be that. And that doesn't really get me anywhere here. Is countdown mode also the kind of thing where you have to turn it on at the pre-launch screen? Probably is, huh? All of the options are non-in-game options, except for, like, audio. Should I turn it on, or is it going to throw me for too long in order to get used to it? I know Twinge is in favor. I should probably be in favor. It seems like it would be really helpful. I don't know. Trying to remember if you had it on. Sure. Alright, I don't think I can do anything with the rest of this yet, but I can do stuff up here, so that's fine. I have the same deal as I did with this one, right? If exactly one of these, this still needs another bomb, so this has to be a bomb. Which means that these ones on the side are resolved. And this has to be a bomb. Cool, 3 bombs left. This is basically Fancy Minesweeper. It is basically Fancy Minesweeper, yeah. Hexseed, okay. Yeah, I think this is now the second of the, like, Fancy Minesweeper variants that I have played. Like, I played a fair amount of Hex Cells. And then here we are with Tametsi. I haven't really done much else. Alright, I think with 3 I can figure the rest of this out. 2 of them have to be here. So there's exactly 1 across these 3. And since I know there's exactly 1 across these 2, that has to be open. Got him. This now needs 2, so it's those 2. And that one. I got an achievement. Achievement unlocked. The name of the achievement is unlocked. Oh, why would you do that to me? Holy crap. Weird. Why is it showing the Steam overlay? I just wanted to look at the achievement. Complete the tutorial. Okay. Oh boy. Alright, that's a lot of colors. Simple path, I suppose. Alright, well, starting off here, this has to be. Which means not this, not this. This now needs 2, so this one is resolved. This one is resolved. This one is not resolved. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This 2 is resolved. This 2 is not resolved, but one of these 2 with only 1A left, which means not these. Got him. Exactly one of these 2. Which resolves this for the 3. You need 2, which is these 2. You're only touching this now, which means not this. Sweet. That's got all the A. I know I'm usually a strict no backseating kind of guy, but I feel like this game is open enough that I'm open to, like, if people have suggestions on what thing to look at next, if I have taken a while and not looked at the right thing yet, I think I'm okay with that. This is gonna need, wait a minute. Ah, this is touching that one too. Okay, good. So this is open. That's touching 2 already. This is only touching 1, which means this, and now that's touching that 1, which means open. This is touching 2 here. 3 left. 3 left. And this needs 3 more bombs. So these, out of these, yeah, every other B is open. This has to be one of them. You ignored countdown mode because you got annoyed that it didn't apply to all the numbers. Okay. I could see that. 2 more bombs in B. This needs 2 bombs on these 3, so this is open. This is one of them. One of these 2. It's this one because of this 2. All right. This has nothing. Cool. One more in C. You love to see it. Gotta be one of these 2. And if one of these 2 is a bomb, then this has all of the bombs it needs. Excellent. One of these 2. And then one of these, which means that's open. All right, so one of these 2. And one of these 3. Two. Well, yes. Oh, no. So that's 2 of these 4, so not this. And then this needs a bomb. This has a bomb. And this needs a bomb. Ta-da! What's up, Devinok? Yep, still here. Still trucking away. Finally made it. Uneven grid. How dare you? Oh, and this doesn't have the diagonals. So this one is not adjacent to this big one. Ew. Okay. Wow. Wahahaha. I, have opinions. Alright, here we go. 2 side-by-side ones. This gives us something to work with. One of these 2, therefore not this. This is not adjacent. This, oh, gosh. The corners are messing me up. Unhappy about corners. This one is touching a lot of squares. Okay, since only one of these 2, at most one of these 2, could be 0 of these 2. Well, it can't be 0 of these 2 because of this 3. Well, let's extend this thing in the correct order. At most one of these 2, which means these need to be bombs. So one of these must be a bomb, which means this can't be a bomb. Eventually able to switch between diagonals, no diagonals the first few really messed with you? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's about where I am right now too, is... I'm just gonna have to judiciously rely on the control overlay to understand what I'm looking at, because I don't actually just know. One of these 2 doesn't help me. One of these 2 doesn't help me. Maybe helps me. maybe helps me. It could still be this and this, couldn't it? This one doesn't care. Ah! Okay, so this 3 is touching 4, which means of these 4, 3 of them must be lit. This 1 is touching these 2, which means only one of these 2 can be bombs. So we have that, which means we can resolve exactly that space. This still needs one more bomb, so it's that one. And that's as far as that goes. Whew, messy. All right, but if one of these must be a bomb, and one of them must be a bomb for the 3, then we have that additional information. Yes, this 2 is only touching 2 blank spaces. Oh boy. This is touching only 1. Okay. All right, cool, very cool. Just super cool. I think we're only going to get this out of the total, so we got to go other places first. What do we know about this 4? Of the 4 visible empties, 3 of them must be bombs. No more than one of these 2 can be bombs, so... And exactly one of these must be bombs, so... Which means... What are you touching? Which means... 2 bombs left. This is touching no bombs at the moment, so of these 4, 2 are bombs, and no other bombs can exist. Hey, I think I might have figured out which 2 are bombs. Nice. Why is this called emergency? One of these, 5 of these 6. That's something. I'm wondering if this B4 is a place to start. 4 of these 5. All right, we do have the diagonals, so 4 of these 5. Four of these 5 means minimum 2 of these Bs. Likewise, with this 5, we have minimum 1 of these Bs, which accounts for 3 of the 4 Bs. But unfortunately doesn't give us any information about the remaining Bs. This is a 2. Oh, that gives us all the information we need. Okay, this is it. 4 of these 5, which means 2 or 3 of these 3 for this 4. But we know this 2, so it has to be exactly 2 of these 3, which means bomb and bomb. And if 2 of these 3 are bombs, then none of these are bombs. Nailed it. No explosions. Two of these 3. Unclear whether both of the Bs or not. 5? 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 of those 6. 2 of these 6. Yikes. Exactly 2 of those 6, huh? That's pretty limiting. Is it the 5 then? Is the 5 where I get started? The 1 here is helpful. Exactly one of these. No, it could be neither of these two, actually. Because it could be like bomb here, these two are both open, and 1 here. But no more than 1 of these two. Both of these two cannot be bombs. Which means we're looking at 3 of these 4. 3 or 4 of these 4 to keep this 5 satisfied. But also with this 2, oh. Okay. So it's kind of coming together here. No more than 2 of these 6. Which also means no more than 2 of these 4. And since this is looking for another 4 bombs, it's these 4 and these 2. So these 2 have to be bombs. All right, progress. We made some progress. Exactly 1 of these 2, which means 1, 2, 3, and there is 1 more B, and exactly no more than at least 1 of this is the phrasing I was looking for. At least 1 of these 2 must be a bomb, because 5 of these 6 must be a bomb. So we have 1 here, and we have 1 here, which means the rest of these are open. Heck yeah. Progress. If exactly 1 of these, which seems to be the case, exactly 1 of these 2, as reinforced by this 1, we have that information. Wow, this 4. Exactly 1 of these 5? If exactly 1 of these 2, this 2 is accounted for, actually. 1 here, and 1 of these 2. Perfect. I don't know what that tells me about this yet, but we may yet learn something in the near future. How you doing? How you doing? 1 of these 2. 1 of these 4. Which may or may not be an A. 2 of these 4. Oh, now that we have the reverse on this 5 and 2, right? Because this 5 needs 2 more. So of these 4, 2 of them are bombs. Which means that this 2 is accounted for amongst these 4. So these are open. Helpful. 5 more bombs, huh? One of these 2. 2 of these 4. One of these 2 for this 3, which means this is open. All right, here we go. 1 of these 2. 2 of these 3. 1 of these, which is 4, which means we have 1 more bomb amongst all the rest of this. Does that give me anything I can click on? We know 2 bombs here. At most, 1 is accounted for. So, at least 1 bomb in these 2. Which is all the bombs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Okay, so this says exactly one of these 2 and exactly one of these 2, which is information I already had. 6. What do I do with a 6? 4, 5. No. 3, 4. 3. Hello. 4, 3, 4. So 2 of these. And we know exactly 1 here. So this exactly. Which means this 4 is accounted for. Erase all. Thanks, buddy. So yeah, this is the first puzzle where I can safely say I am playing Tametsi. Up until now, I feel like it's been a tutorial. But this feels like I am actually doing Tametsi things. That's good. I like that. I like this puzzle. Maybe that's why it's called Emergency. Because puzzle-solving strategies have been emergent. It's only 3 levels after the end of the actual tutorial, too, right? Liked an option to make gray cells behave the same as other color cells. So it'd show mines left in gray instead of mines left total. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, so this would be like A1, B1, gray 1? Oh, I like that too. I think that is a good option. I might make it do that. All right, so exactly one of these, which is already information we had. Exactly. Oh, A1, A1. That's my remaining trick. That's a bomb. Which means this is not a bomb. So now it's one of these 2 and one of these 2. If it's one of these 2, then it has to be this one. Because this has to be 4. Cool. Cool. And then this would be gray 7 instead of 14, huh? I think I like that better. I'm gonna make it do that. Oh. Oh. This screen has changed now that I am done with the tutorial. Nice, nice. Okay, so given that those options only show up when I launch the game, I guess I will quit out of the game and relaunch it. Which is a weird place for these options to exist. Okay. Revealed tiles countdown. No. Oh, there's a separate one for column hints countdown. So you could actually do it both. I don't know if it's going to mess with me too much. Darken finished tiles. Interesting. Darken finished tiles. So that's kind of like what it does with the column and row clues as well. If you want to try it at any point sooner is better. That is for sure true. I've definitely already noticed situations where it would be useful. Alright, we're gonna do the countdown thing. I'll turn it on. And then there is a less bright mode. Okay, sure. I like that, probably. Alright, so this one we did in fact complete. So now we're over here. Yes, so this shows a 7 for the grays. I wish it indicated that it was doing it for grays instead of total. Like, this still looks like a total up here. So I'm going to have to remember that it's treating that as a gray count instead of a total count. I can use context clues to infer that this tile is yellow, but the revealed tiles look very similar to each other. That is an unfortunate color scheme. And this is with colorblind mode on, too. Whoa. One. Two. Ah. 2 here means at minimum one of these, which means... And what does that tell me? This 2 could be both of these. Colorblind made it harder to parse for you. What does the colorblind mode change? I guess I'm not sure what it's trying to do here. Don't think that'll have a material effect on the counts. That's true. It kind of doesn't matter if this is a yellow tile or a green tile for the purposes of problem solving. It doesn't even matter that it was covered. Just the letters. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I can understand that. Yeah, and this difference, this A and B difference here, just looking at the color is pretty visible enough. So I can see that not needing the additional support. But I think I am okay with the symbols on the tiles, so I might as well just leave it. For the borders, there is one remaining option for flag style for colored tiles. I don't think I looked at that. Oh, no, I did look at that. There's the 2 ones, and I just left that, whatever it was. I think that has to do with this one, right? So, or is that this? I think it's this. How it marks that it's flagged. This seems sufficiently clear for me, especially with the symbols on it. Like, I'm not... The symbols on it help for that purpose a lot. Alright. Back to trying to figure out what the heck we're actually doing here. That's a bomb. Yeah, one. One of these 2 now. One of these 4, I don't think that helps me. One of these 3, I don't think that helps me. 2 of these 3, does that help me? Am I limited in any way that I know of? It could be these 2. It could be these 2. It could be these 2. Yeah, I have no idea. One of these 2. One of these 2. One of these 2. Am I already stumped? That's awful. It has to be something with the 2. Because all of the others only overlap other ranges by 1. There's no, like, double overlap in the range. Color counts? Could be in color counts. I suppose if I know that there's 3 bombs in A, then that... Oh! Wait. I know that there's 4 bombs in B, and there's only 5 Bs here. Ah! Perfect. Thank you, Garrett. So that means this is already marking only one of these 4. So only one of these 2 Bs. It can't be both of these Bs, which means all 3 of these have to be bombs. But I do know that one of these 2 has to be a bomb for B, so these have to be open. 2 left out of these 3. 2 left. Remember how this works. It can't be both of those. At most one of these 2. So it has to be this. Now I know it has to be one of these 2, so it can't be this. Cool. We're getting there. B is 0. This is open. No more than one of these 2. So this must be a bomb. And there's 2 more bombs in A. One of these 2 and one of these 2. It could be the opposites, or it could be the center one. Don't really know. Oh, if one of these 2, then this has to be open. That doesn't help. That is still unhelpful. This, however, is now resolved. That has to be a bomb. This has no bombs touching it, so both of these must be bombs. You found counting down tiles a bit confusing. Yeah, I found them a bit I'm still finding them a bit confusing. But they do solve a problem that I sometimes have on the hex games that I don't really have as much in the square games. And this is even worse than, you know, just a hex game because the grid is anything it wants it to be. Also, hello, Ragnar. This is 2, so both of these. No more A or B bombs, so that's open. Oh. One of these 2. One of these 2, so 2 of these 3. Yeah, it seems like I'm going to get in situations where I have to realize that a 6 is touching 7 tiles, and 6 of those tiles are bombs. And I've already kind of gotten into that situation with some 3s and 4s. Holy balls. I feel like it's still the same level of inference, but yeah, it makes some of the patterns more obvious. Which, you know, I'm on board with that. Like, the worst part of these games is always hunting for the next thing to do. So if there's a thing that you can do to make the next thing more obvious without solving that thing for you, then that is a thing that I am interested in. There's a lot of numbers everywhere. All right, I found a place. I found a place. 3 with 3. 1 with 1. All right, I did it. That's great. Thank you. Here's a 3. Here's a 2. This one needs 1. This one needs 1. Hey, that's 1B. We did it. We've colored a B. This is touching 3 things. It's touching 3 things. All right, mark them all. This 5 is touching 5 things. This, yeah, for a second I was like, oh, this 2 is resolved. No. This 2 was a 4. This 2 is touching 2 things. And I have no information about this. Heck. Alright, so this is the last tile. I flip one way or the other. Fine. This is a nice dopamine hit watching a 5 count down to 0. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. This, yes. Which means necessarily that. This has the 1-3 thing, right? One of these 3, which means no more than one of these 2, which means this 3 needs both of these marked. Could probably do the same thing over here, right? No more than one of these 2, which means this 4 needs all 3 of these marked. Found a 0. Love zeros. Probably have done this forever ago. This 3. Cool. Heck! Alright, where's the next bit? Where's the next easy one? Do I have this resolved based on anything? Yes. So no more than one of these 2, which means that... Hey, look. It is a little bit of a struggle to remember that these are marked as bombs as opposed to just an open available space. I don't know why I would struggle with that, but apparently that was like a hot second of like, oh, this 0 means that I can click here. No, that's a bomb, sir. Please don't click on the bomb. Where's my next bit here? Maybe I have something in bomb counts? Aha! I have a bomb counts. Graying out of completed stuff might also be a helpful option. I don't think that helps. I don't think that helps. Like, I know the 0 is resolved. That's not the hard part. The hard part is remembering what I can and cannot click on now that I have a resolved number. All right. So... all right, this doesn't actually help as much as I wanted it to. Damn. Curses. I was thinking, oh, 4 and 5 means that at most one of these two, but that's not true. Could be both of these still. We don't know. Do I have anything with the A's? Maybe I have something with the A's? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 A's left? Oh boy. That's a lot of A's. Alright, let's look at just the A's. No more than one of these two. No more than one of these two. Well, this is a heinous color. Can I choose a different color instead? No more than one of these two. That's the same color as the C's? What are we doing here? Is there a color I can pick that's actually... sure. No more than one of these two. No more than one of these two. No more than one of these two. And I guess no more than one of these two A's completely separated from each other in a way that is not useful? Damn it! Alright, alright. B's. Let's look at B's. I don't think I have any information here. No more than one of these two, I guess. Which leaves 2 among the remaining 4. In a way that I don't really have information about. All right, this was a mess. We did not get there. One of these two. One of those two. One of these two. Aha, aha, aha. Figured it out. All right. Exactly one of these two, which means... does that tell me now anything about the twos, the B's? One of these three? Exactly one of these three? Is that helpful? No, really not connected to each other at all. One of these two, which means this is open. Oh, I should have done that forever ago. Cool. All right. We've now sealed off this particular honeycomb. Ah, okay, okay, okay. One of these two, which means if one of these two, not this. And then these two together, I can get the same information. One of these two, which means not these two. Hey, look at that. Zeros. Beautiful. Gotta be. Cannot be. Gotta be. A2? A2? Looking at A2 now. What do I know about A's? Exactly one of these two. Well, no more than one of these two. Not exactly. No more than. But given that we have 2 bombs amongst 3 A's, it's gotta be this, and it's gotta be one of these two. So, that opens up. If we know one of these bombs, does that help me here? You might think so. You would be wrong. Unless I'm wrong, which that happens sometimes. I'm not claiming to be perfect here. I'm only claiming to be smarter than everyone else. All right, where is my next step? Bees. Let's talk about bees. Isn't it funny that bees begins with a B? Because only you are good enough to later become better than you. Damn, that is deep, Dark Twinge. That sounds like that should go on one of those like Gatorade motivational posters. I feel like there's something here, and I haven't quite put it together. Not sure if there's something here. There might not be anything here. Here, maybe? Well, that still doesn't come together. There's not enough overlap. I need... What do I need here? 9 bombs left in gray. I see. All of these isolated ones are going to be bombs, because I'm still going to have a bunch of bombs left over. Okay, that's cool. Maybe I have something in C now? Oh, I have something in C now. Okay. This one. No more than one of these 3. Which means that of the 5 remaining C's, only one of these 2 can be a bomb, which means all of these have to be bombs. And one of these 2 has to be a bomb, which means this can't be a bomb. Heck yeah. I did it! I'm a goddamn genius! One B? That's a bomb? That's a bomb. That's a bomb. There's a bomb. There's a bomb. That's a bomb. This is a bomb. That's not a bomb. We know exactly one of these is a bomb, but not which one. We also know that of the 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining gray spaces on this map, there are 4 bombs. So I think that kind of covers that. Whew! What a puzzle. Fantastic. Good work. I don't like this. I have decided I do not like this. I declare myself unhappy with this grid arrangement. All right. I found a place to start though. Right? Of these 4, 3 of these 4. But of these 2, no more than 1. So bomb, bomb, open. 0! Bomb. Of these 2, exactly 1. Of these 4, exactly 1. where to from here? He asked rhetorically. Exactly one of these, same trick up here, right? Exactly one of these two. So these have to be bombs, and these cannot be bombs. 0! Yeah, so, like, this, I don't know how long it would have taken me to come back to this tile after it still said 2, and notice that these 2 are the 2 for that tile. Like, because of the non-standard grid arrangement, that would have taken me a while to come back to. So for something like this, where you're not used to the grid, I think countdown mode helps a lot. More than I expected. One of these 3. No more than one of these 2. That doesn't quite get me there. What if it was just both of these? Ah, here we go. No more than one of these 2, which means bomb. It still doesn't solve anything. It's one more bomb. Question mark, huh? Somewhere out here is an answer. At least one of these 2, if not both. At least one of these... No, that's overlap. That doesn't help. It could just be this one. Right? This one, and this one. And that still doesn't resolve this 2 for me. And then, like, this one, and I still have no information about this 2. Not quite there. At least one of these 2. So 1 or 0 of these 4. Where does that get me? I think that still gets me nowhere. I think that still gets me nowhere. Here, maybe? One of these 2? Oh. Yeah, no, I should have finished what I was doing over here and continued to propagate forward. Exactly one of these 2. Which means this and this are open. So now we have exactly one of these. And at least one of these. Which means... And if this is 1, and exactly 1, then this is not 1. This is 1. Four bombs left across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is weirdly symmetric. It's doing the symmetricity thing. Symmetricity? Symmetricosity? Symmetry? This fucking language, I swear to God. So, we should know how this is working. There's not really any other way for this to work. Yeah, we got there. We got there, Demonok. We got there. It's gotta be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Like, if this is a bomb, then this and this are not bombs. And we can't have all 3 of these be bombs. So this has to not be a bomb. which means bomb. 2 bombs left. Same deal here. What a struggle. No, yeah, no, I got there, Devinok. We figured it out. We made it. With our powers combined, I remembered what the actual word is. Oh boy. Ooh, things are happening here. Look at him go. All right. This one. This is the secret. This is going to be important. Maybe. This is probably going to be important. Symmetristhesia. It took me a second. It sure was not immediate. I agree with you. It's a terrible place for the one. The one should be such that it helps me figure things out, but alas. Seeing the music as colors, but in stereo. Oh, I've seen that Winamp visualizer. Boy, Winamp. What a gift to this world, Winamp. Alright, anyway. I know what I'm doing. Probably. Alright, that's the easy cleanup resolved. And the columns are counting down. I gotta remember that the columns are counting down too. So that is a thing to keep in mind. Ah, I knew the one was going to be important. No more than one of these two, which means click. But if one of these two and one of these two is required, then suddenly the entire map is open here. Yeah, get out. The only thing we were using regularly before the year 2000 stopped for 15 plus years and started using again because it was the best option. I think if I were playing music off of my PC, I would probably be using Winamp. Or just like whatever the built-in media player was until I got annoyed with it. But I was entirely in on the Apple ecosystem for a long time. So all of my media, all of my music is still on my iMac. And I am playing it across network to my streaming PC via iTunes. So I have iTunes installed on a PC, even though it is kind of a travesty. What am I doing here? Am I doing something here? For a lot of stuff, iTunes is your default. Okay. I think iTunes does a lot of things, but that means that there's some amount of bloat to it. And I really don't need my media player to do a lot of things. Like, have a playlist is really all I'm asking for. I want to do my own organization for the most part. Like, I understand how a file system works. I don't need my media player to do that for me. Like being able to filter your library by rating and then shuffle it. That's fair. I mean, I've played around with a lot of these different, fancy different methods of organizing stuff. Like, I've used my fair share of smart playlists. And I think it's some really cool options. But at the end of the day, all I really want is to be able to put stuff in folders and then play the contents of a folder. Like, I don't really need anything more complex than that for my day-to-day. Feel like I should have an answer to something around here. I do indeed have an answer to something around here. Was just as easy as it looked. Hey, we found a 0. Open that up, please. Hot. Almost gone down the road of looking for complicated weighting. We'd have like 2 versions of the same song in a playlist, but each weighted 0.5. Wow. Oh, that's kind of a lot. That's an interesting way to do things. I can kind of see it. Like, if part of your deal is I only want to have one version of a song on a playlist, so they're not played back to back, the same song, even if like one is a remix. So like when building the playlist, it'll wait so only one of the songs get into it. But each time it builds the playlist, it can choose one or the other. That's a very interesting idea. Oh, yeah, I know what you're doing to your music library, Devinok. But also, like, you have some organizational needs, but still not that complex, right? Like, at most, you're organizing things into weird playlists for the podcast or for CDs. And I don't know how much you need from that, right? Like, that's still... that doesn't do anything. That does something. That's still not, like, not a whole lot of requirements in terms of what you need the program to do for you. Love these zeros. Big fat zeros on the side. Fantastic. There it is. Two on A still, huh? 2 on A. Okay. 2 on A. I think this is the point where I stop playing Minesweeper and start playing Tametsi. 2 across these 3, right? This 2 needs 2. As one might expect from a 2. Which means this can't, because there's 2 A's here. And then I can go back to playing Minesweeper. You broke a terabyte. Good job, Demonok. This is now one of these two. The rest of this doesn't help here. Ah, this is where the 3 comes in, though, right? He said, hopefully. There's 4 spots on this row. No more than one of these two, though, so the others must. We got a 0. 0 discovered. Alert. A 0 has been spotted. Oh, okay. Oh, I actually like this darkening when I've clicked it. I should change that for the hexes too. After this puzzle, I'm going to change it for the hexes too. So the hexes disable their counts when they're, yeah, I'm going to turn that on. That seems like it'd be useful here. 4 bombs in gray. 1 bomb in A. So one of these 2 and 2 of these 3, I think is how that works. Which leaves 2 more bombs out of the rest of the gray. But we know exactly 1 here. And no additional information, alas. This doesn't quite get there. Maybe the answer is here? I mean, this still leaves like 1, 2, 3. But no, it can't be 1, 2, 3. Because this is a 2. One of these 2, aha, aha. This is a lot easier than it looks. One of these 2, which means this is resolved out of these 2, just with this. Well, I don't need to play around with this too much. One of these 2 means this is resolved out of these 2, so this is open. And that now means that 2 of these 3 and 1 of these 2 means this is open. Yeah. I don't know that that fixed anything. One of these 2 necessarily, which means exactly one of these 2, which means bomb, which means open, which means bomb, whew. Okay, I'm gonna do the countdown disable thing on the tiles themselves, because that actually seems like it would be really useful. Darken finished tiles. Yep. So darken finished rows is a default option. But darken finished tiles seems helpful as well. Is it gonna show me the thing? Is it gonna catch up? There we go. Hello. Welcome back to the stream, Tametsi. Okay, so what are we doing here? No diagonals. So that's good. Maybe. That is something one can be aware of. Four of 5. It doesn't tell me anything. Maybe the answer is down here? This is 4 of 6. Oh, interesting. How do I put this information together? How much extrapolation can I do here? Six of 8. Eight down this row, huh? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8 of 10? Oh boy. Only got about 183 gigs of music scattered about. I don't actually remember how much music I have. I'm not even sure that iTunes will tell me. I think all of it is in my iTunes library, though, so it should be able to tell me at some point. I guess I gotta go over to... Because it's not on this computer is the other problem, right? So, need to get that information from here without... I mean, I can look at, like, all of the songs and find out how many songs there are, but that doesn't tell me anything about how much space it's taking up. Is that information accessible from within iTunes without going into the file library? I feel like it should be, but I'm not positive. Maybe iTunes deliberately doesn't want you to care about how much space your files are taking up. Aha! I found my in. Yeah, count them numbers down. One of these two. That still doesn't help. It still doesn't help. Only 2 now of these 7. iTunes has moved away from on your PC and more towards get them from the cloud. Yeah, I'm not super comfortable with all the cloud business. I don't care about... Like, all my music is esoteric, too. Like, think about what you're listening to. So, I'm not super in on relying on cloud database for my music. I just want to have my music. 250 plus gigabytes from your college days, and then the significant other, and you combined your libraries, became a bit silly. Yeah, that sounds very real. Man, combining your music library, that sounds like a big step. I don't know that I'm ready for that kind of commitment. Two... This one has me, like, not stumped, but, like, unsure where to start collating information. Like, I can see that there's a lot of information there, and I don't really know how to connect the various bits to get me started. This is really interesting. Like, I feel like it should be more obvious to me how to start, and for whatever reason... each individual piece of information doesn't seem like it's getting there for me. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. One of these 2, which accounts for the entire row. Okay, alright. I don't know why that was so difficult. Just to get started. So difficult to get started. 2 separate Plex tabs, so sharing server space. Okay. Okay, yeah. Combined on the same server, I can kind of see. if you've got a central server that's pulling from multiple sources. Yeah. Oh, I never thought about using Plex in that way. That's kind of cool. Alright, so now we're on 2 of these 3. Likewise here, 2 of these 4. What does that tell me? 2 of these 3 means at least 1 here. Possibly 2, but at least 1. This has other options. So it's not necessary that there be 1 here. But there must be 1 here. So 1 of these 2, and 1 exactly of these 2, which means everything else is open. 3 is easy. 0 is easy. Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it more that it darkens them now. That's good. That's good. I am glad that that was, in fact, an available option. That pleases me. 3 available? Okay, well, figure that one out. Exactly 1 of these 2. Yep. Still on exactly 1 of these 2. Third of a terabyte? Sure. Yeah, I don't actually know what my collection is at. I feel like I should have this information, but 34.6 days of music. That's rad. That's actually about where I'm at. Like, if I look at my sort of global shuffle smart playlist, it's 35.7 days of music. 13,000 songs. So I guess I'm probably at about the same point, I would guess, about a third of a terabyte. I mean, I have no idea what kind of compression each individual song is at, but I figure they've got to average around, like, a similar thing. That's cool. That's not a number I had looked at before. I don't know how much that means to me, but I'm happy to have that number, I guess. Ah, now both of these. 2 of these. This is interesting. Because we have, like, the 1 thing happening here with the 1s. 1 here. So exactly 1 of these 2, which means this for sure. This is a 1. Oh, boy. Oh, a 0. I should have looked at that earlier. That might have been helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aha! Aha! So, 8 of these 9, and exactly 1 of these 2, which means everything else is a bomb. Wild. Cool. Progress. That's real progress. Puzzles on a Wednesday? What's up, Sainiku? Yeah, man. I was not feeling anything too action-packed, so we've been chatting about music libraries and playing some Minesweeper. Advanced Minesweeper. Not a lot of options here, huh? This, though. How am I feeling today? Better, but not 100%. It's actually why I don't have a stream tomorrow, is I have an appointment with urgent care to go in and get stuff looked at and figure out what's going on, since whatever it is going on shows signs of escalating, which, you know, not ideal. My hope is it's something I can just take some antibiotics for, but not for me to make that decision. I don't have a history of, like, weird health things, though. So I figure whatever it is either a really big deal or not a big... I mean, those are the options, right? Really big deal or not a big deal. I don't actually know how to estimate that one way or the other. I'm hoping not a big deal. But, you know, recurring headaches, not a big deal. Might be a big deal. Potentially a big deal. I don't know. Not good for sure. 7 bombs, huh? And 5 of them are here? Which means there's only 2 bombs left for everything else? Interesting. And 1 here. Five. 1. Which means there is 1 bomb available out of these 4? Which means no more than 1 here. In fact, exactly 1 here. These 2 is exactly 1. These 4 is exactly 1. And these 2 are exactly 1. What does that help me then? That means that there are 4 across these 6. But we know exactly 1 here. So 3 across these 4? One here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got migraines for years before you were told you needed glasses. Glasses stopped the migraines almost instantly. That's neat. I have glasses, I just don't wear them. Do you think it's actually that simple? Oh, very interesting. That never occurred to me. It's worth mentioning, yeah. Probably worth mentioning. I don't know, I feel like there's been like other correlated factors, so I don't think it's going to be as simple as glasses, but like it's not just pain, there's other symptoms. I don't know, I'll talk to the doctor, we'll figure it out. If you go too long without wearing your glasses, you start to get a headache. Interesting. I was so not used to wearing glasses that if I wore the glasses too long, I would get a headache. But maybe now my vision is degraded to the point where that wearing the glasses will help. Alright, so with this one, I feel like I can probably put this together into something coherent. Right? Exactly 1 of these 4. No more than 1 of these 2. Ah, this is the trick. No more than 1 of these 2. And I need 3 of these 4. So these 2 are bombs. So this is not a bomb. So this is a bomb. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. Took a while to put that information together into a thing that was actually useful. Oh boy. Question mark. One in B. Two of these three. So exactly one of these Bs, so that's a bomb, and these are not. A's? Exactly one of these two, so exactly three of these four, which, with the absence of any additional clues, doesn't really get me anywhere. 6, 7, 8, 9? 9 C's, and only 2 of them are not bombs. This, unfortunately, provides a little bit too much leeway here. Oh, only one of these gray is a bomb. Huh. One or two, but not all three. One, but not both. Okay, so counting the other direction. No more than one here. No more than two here. Which accounts for all of my spare C's. No more than 3 across these 5. Which leaves 4 for the remaining 4. That doesn't give me any new information yet. But does tell me something about what I'm doing here. Alright. If this is a bomb, then these two are not bombs, which means all 3 of these are bombs, which is impossible. So this can't be a bomb. We can't have one bomb amongst these 3. Bomb here. Bomb here would resolve both of the ones. What if somebody set you up a bomb? Well, it's a good thing nobody's doing that. God. That would be really difficult to deal with. I'd probably have to move Zig or something. I don't think I even have any Zig. Mostly I have left and right clicks. I'm not sure either of those clicks correspond to moving any Zig. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this can't be a bomb. I love being right. Taking off every Zig is pretty easy when you have none. It's true. It's true. Restricts your options a bit. But, one of these two. One of these two. So same deal with the C's. I can now mark these as bombs. Beautiful. Oh dear. And now we have diagonals. Remember diagonals. Oh boy. 5 of my 8 A's, 3 of my 8 B's. Comb? I suppose. There's my 5. Does this tell me anything? It doesn't really, does it? The 5 isn't next to a 2 or anything, which is where the real information is. I guess I have to deal with this. This is probably the way to do it here. Work up from here. So of these 4, exactly 1. Which means of these 2, exactly 1. Which means none of these. Rad. First time you've seen this game and you're very confused. As Senna states, it's basically advanced Minesweeper. Each of these tiles could be a mine or it could be not a mine. And in addition to the traditional Minesweeper rules, you also have other information available sometimes. So I know that this column contains exactly 7 mines, and I know that out of all of the tiles marked A, there are 4 mines. And you never have to guess. I've heard of 14 Minesweeper variants, and it sounds like trouble, is what it sounds like. They've talked about it in the Witness channel, in the Archipelago Discord, a little bit. Which has been enough for me to not get involved, I think. Two, huh? Alright. With 100% less scout. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of story in this game. The visual novel part of Minesweeper by Numbers is pretty lacking. Alright, so we can continue with the same game that we were playing before. Exactly one of these 2. Which means this one is covered by these 2. So... heck. Exactly one of these 2, which means exactly one of these 2, which means this 3 needs both of these to be bombs. And that kind of limits us here. Alright, one of these 4, which handles this one. One of these 4, that doesn't tell me anything. 2 of these 4, which means not these. Which I think, okay, so 3 of these 4 are bombs. Still not quite there. 2 of these 4. 1 of these 4. So 1 of these 2. So 2 of these 4, and we're kind of stuck up here. All right, back to the bottom. 1 of these 4. So 1 of these 2. 1 of these 2, no more than 1 of these 2, which means these must. And in fact, these 2 can't. Right? No more than 1 of these 4. Which means that no more, exactly 1 of these 2. So if exactly 1 of these 2, then exactly 1 of these 2, which means not this or that. Perfect. And then the rest comes together beautifully. Kind of. Exactly 1 of these 2. So exactly 1 of these 2, which means these are all covered. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we briefly get to play Minesweeper. 2 of these 4, which means 1 of these 2, which means this is open. One of these 2, which means neither of these. Nice. Sweep them mines. Oh, I'm gonna. Rest assured. I have swept a mine or 2 in my day. Cool. Looking good. Need some exciting music for these sudden Minesweeper moments. I don't know what the Sweep Them Mines theme is. That would be interesting to find out. What is the dramatic music that comes in for the like 3 to 5 seconds of Minesweeper that occurs every once in a while when all of the clues have come together? One of these 2, which means exactly one of these 2, which means exactly one of these 2 for the 3, which means this is open. Ladies and gentlemen, we sweepin', and we have swept. Sweeping occurred. Oh, sweeping is still occurring. What a gift. What a fantastic time to be alive. A time when one can sweep mines to one's heart's content. Wow, what a number. All right. Now, five bombs left. All right. Now we get to play the inference game. Oh, this is still just Minesweeper. One of these 2. So if one of these 2, not this one. No, now we're playing the inference game. All right. Which one is this? Appropriately high speed. Cheddar's Tetris remix. Which remix is this? Remix 94? This is so old. This is so old. I'm pretty sure I have that just like not on my playlist, but available on my computer. Which song is this? Oh, that's not the song I was looking for. That is a Wizards and Warriors song. I guess I don't have that one on my computer. Wild. All right. Why don't I have that one? Why don't I have Cheddar's Tetris music? All right, so what are we doing here? Time to play some games. All right. One of these. One of these. One of these. Exactly one of these. And exactly one of these. Which means these 4 are open. All right. Now what? This 2 needs one from here and one from here. So this can't. Which means we can place a Minesweeper. Yeah. Great. Yeah, I have one song in my playlist by the aforementioned Cheddar Nards, which hell of a name, hell of a handle. And it is a Wizards and Warriors remix, not a Tetris remix. More chill. Which one is this? Subway song from SimCity 2000 synthwave remix. Where did you find this? How did this come up in your searching? All right, I want to hear this. I have no idea what this is going to sound like. Yeah, but like what made you what were you looking for that this came up? SimCity 2000 remixes? Alright. I can respect that. I didn't play that much SimCity 2000, but still a little loud. This is a jam, though. This might make it onto the playlist, honestly. Like, this is good. Oh, this is a thing. Right, great. Yeah, I'm into this. Alright. Well, assuming I remember, I am going to track this one down and throw it onto the playlist. It does totally vibe with the sweeping. Seems legit. There's only 7 mines left? That's a lot of empty space. Alright, 2 and 1. We know what 2 next to 1 means. Cannot be both of these, so only one of these, so this has to be a mine. 1 across these 4. 1 across these 2. No more than 1 across these 3. No more than 1 across these 2. No more than 1 across these 2. Oh, but it still could be less, right? It could be none of these 3. Like, this could be a bomb. Man, throw these into the suggestions channel. I'm gonna listen to this stuff later. Because I don't want this to turn into a music request stream. Minesweeper meets Hexels. Hexels was already kind of Minesweeper, right? But yeah, this is Tametsi. This is advanced Minesweeper. It's all ones. Why is it all ones? Oh, this... Okay, so exactly one of these, which means not these. That's the thing I was missing. Right, exactly one of these, exactly one of these, which means exactly one of these, which means this is all open. Which means that's a bomb. All right, I'm not going to have you start auto-recommending me stuff, Google. Now is not the time. Thank you. Back into stream playlist. But it was already moving on to some other like synthwave video game remix, which I respect, but now is not the time. Now is not the time. All right. So exactly one of these and exactly one of these. And then 3 left in the grays. That one. 2 left in the grays. Which is exactly one of these due to this bad boy. And exactly one of these. Which means not that. Sorry, not that. It means not that. That's what that means. But yes, exactly one of these and exactly one of these. And now it's one of these 2 and one of these 2, which, yes, perfect. Nailed it. This is cute. This is cute. I like the red zone around the outside edge. That's great. Yeah, they do like the hexes in Tametsi. Some hexes, some squares, and every once in a while something even more esoteric. Nine out of the A's? Intriguing. Maximum 1 here. That doesn't help me, does it? I don't have so many bombs in A's that I can limit it that way. Oh, I will say again, for relative newcomers, I am somewhat more relaxed in terms of backseating on this kind of game. I think I said the same thing during Murder by Numbers, which is like, I still don't want spoilers. Like, if you've got it all solved, then good for you. But I'm okay with a little bit of direction. Like, you know, if I'm just aimlessly moving my mouse around, something like you should try looking at the 4 in the upper right would be fine. 3 on the right is limited. Yeah. Okay. See, that's exactly the kind of thing. Like, that is in fact helpful. So let's get on that. Yeah, because it's got the 1 right across from it. I gotta figure out what the patterns are. Like, I need to train my eye to look for specific arrangements of cells. And this is one of those arrangements. It's a 1 that has not a lot to look at, directly across with stuff in between from a bigger number. Like, here also, I think I could get something done, although that's not as clear because this 3 has a lot more to work with. But here it's perfect. Because of these 4, I need 3 mines. And these 2, being adjacent to the 1, means I can have no more than 1 mine here. So I have to have mine and mine, and then, you know, something can happen here. Nothing quite like watching a fresh set of eyes tackle these to impress upon you how many little patterns you've apparently internalized since the first time you tried these. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a lot of it, is you learn to draw your eyes to the things that are solvable, because there are patterns, because there are shapes, if you will. Often missing the non-mines from a 1-2 type pattern. Oh, yeah. No, I know what you mean. That's a lot more obvious in a strict Minesweeper thing, like the 1 next to a 2 across a line. So you can look at the 2 next to a 1. Tells you, you know, of the 2 spaces available to the 1 and the 3 spaces available to the 2. What does that mean? But I'm sure there are similar things in, like, a hex pattern or whatever that I can probably, like, here, in fact, exactly this thing. 2 of these 3 That doesn't actually tell me it here, because the 1 has a lot more room available to it. But stuff like that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Anyway, if there's a mine here, this cannot be a mine. Now we have exactly one of these, so 2 of these 4, which is unfortunately not quite specific enough. I feel like I should be able to do something with this 4-1 too. Oh, I can. No more than 1 of these 2, which means mines the rest of the way around. And now I know exactly 1 of these 2, which means nothing in the other spots. Exactly 1 of these 2, so this has to be a mine, so this cannot be a mine. Well, the one thing I can say from switching off my playlist accidentally and switching back, it means I get to hear this song again, which I'm happy about. This song is such a jam. Hurtling at high speed down a SimCity 2000 remix rabbit hole. Sounds like a good time. Sounds fun. I don't begrudge you that one. Alright, I am sure I can do something with all of these ones. Exactly 1 of these 2, which means this is resolved. It's the same thing, like being across from a 1 is a big deal. Of these 4, I don't have a lot of information. Here, the 1's across from each other. 1 of these 3, but we already know 1 of these 2, so not this. And I don't know what that means for this, but we may eventually find out. One's across from each other, so not that one. Oh, hey! That's a 4 with 4 available tiles. Great. Three of these 4. At least 1 of these 2 A's. Does that get me anywhere? Not really. A's are still pretty out of the way. I don't think that gets me anywhere. Aha! The 1's directly across from each other. The same lesson that I should have learned over there. Took me a while to get back to here. 1 of these 2, which means not this. Now I get to play Minesweeper. For like a second and a half. No more than 1 of these 2, so this is necessarily a mine. This game can become where is the one tiny bit of logic that makes progress? Yeah, absolutely. Put up the theme. That's one thing actually where countdown mode makes this game a lot more convenient. I do appreciate the countdown mode makes, like, narrowing that exact thing down a little bit easier. Because it's not like it's solving the logic for you, it's just pointing your direction, your attention in the right direction, which I appreciate. Can I do anything here? I can do the usual thing here. Here? No, because this is still more open. Here? No, because this is unconnected. Oh, I'm down to 1 mine in A's? Oh, heck yeah. Okay. So, that means that exactly one of these two has to be the mine. We can open up all the rest of the A's. One of these two is a mine, and this is a mine. Cool. It doesn't help here. Too bad. Does that mean that this is open? Yes. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Beautiful. Nailed it. Realizing that the A's were limited. A big deal. Holy crap! Alright, no, this is fine. This is fine. This is not a problem. Probably. This is 0 in A's. Wow. Just straight up 0 in A's. Alright, I guess I'll take advantage of... Big numbers. Big numbers, small numbers. Oh. Big numbers, small numbers. My favorite. Ah, much smaller number. Thank you. Thank you. No diagonals. No diagonals. This one is already resolved. No diagonals. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, 2. I get it. Two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, well, if you say so. One more mine in B, huh? Where do you suppose our last B mine is? Somewhere in here, probably, but like, can't assume. Then you'll be done with them. Fantastic. We just finished the Valentine one. It's actually really a shame that the Valentine one didn't have B's as the surrounding one. It was all A's. So you'd have to say A mine, because there was a mine left, and that was the key to solving the puzzle. What am I doing out here? This is getting silly. Okay, alright. So 3 of these 4 and 3 of these 4 means that at minimum 1 of these 2 and 1 of these 2, which means this 2 is resolved out of these 4. But that means exactly 1 of these 2 and exactly 1 of these 2. So we can mine the rest of these. Three of 5? Messy. 2 of 2? Perfect. That was the last beat. Bzzz. It's still so hard for me to, like, grok how many tiles a given tile is touching when the grid is uneven. 4, 5, 6, 7 C's, of which 4 are mines. Oh, this is open. Yep, you're right. That sure is a mine. Two of these 4, 2 of these 3. At least one of these C's is a mine. It doesn't give me quite enough information, does it? Where am I going from here? We know exactly one of these, but that doesn't tell me anything about this. Yeah, this is still lost to me. This could still be like these two, and then there. Like, these two don't have to interact at all. Is this my next spot? 2 of these 3? Yeah, with the 1, it's no more than one of these 2, so that has to be a mine. But now one of these 2 has to be a mine, so these 2 are open. There we go. Exactly one of these 2, which means that's a mine. It's very slowly coming together. 4. 4 here. Nothing has good overlap with this 3. Seven mines left on the board. That's kind of a lot of mines still. Feels like not a lot of spaces. But I think that might be just visually the C's are playing tricks on me. 4 of these 7 C's. Aha. There's a joke there. Have you spotted it? Have you worked out what we're looking for yet? I think it might be time to break out the pen. What do I know? I know one of these 2. No more than one of these 2. Which doesn't really tell me anything. 0 or 1 of these 2. I don't have like a good visual indicator for this. But alright, no more than one of these 2, which leaves 2 bombs left for these 3. 2 or 3 bombs left for these 3, because this could still be 0 here. And I don't have any unifying information there. The middle of the 2-1 pairs? Oh, this 2? This one? Do I have information that works here? Oh yeah, I guess I do, right? No more than one of these 2, which means this has to be a mine. Yeah, I was even remarking, like, no more than one of these 2. But now I'm on exactly one of these 2, which means the rest of this is open. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so now we have exactly one of these two for here, which means this is open. And then exactly one of these two. And then of these three, two are bombs. This is actually a lot easier than it looks because I can start marking stuff here. One gray bomb. One gray bomb? We know it has to be down here, right? One of these two spots. I just forget to look up here and figure out what my next step is. So many times my next step is just up here. Okay, okay. If we have exactly one gray bomb, it has to be here, right? Like, if it was here, we would still need another bomb down here. Yeah, it's got to be here. Which means all of the grays can be marked off, so I know that's a bomb. Beautiful. Whew, I'm just stuck for a bit. Maybe just not focused enough. Quite a bit of time spent not doing the thing. Oh, dear. Oh, not oh dear. This is fine. Minimum one of these two A's because of the way this 2 is located. Likewise, minimum one of these two A's because of the way this 2 is located. So that gives us a little more freedom. And now, as a result of this fascinating turn of events, given that I know exactly one of these two A's, like there's only 2 bombs left in A, and minimum one here, but not both because also minimum one here, we have this mark and this mark, which I think frees things up a bit. Yeah, now we have like the cross 1 and 2, no more than one of these two, which means that's got to be a bomb. Doesn't really get me anywhere yet, but we're getting close. I have a 0. I have a, ladies and gentlemen, I have a 0. Perfect. There we go. I got to play Minesweeper for a hot second again. This is exciting. This 2 requires at least one of these Bs, but cannot be more than one of these Bs, so that's got to be a bomb. That's open. I respect it, Senna. I respect it. Huh. Alright, I probably don't actually need to break out the pen for this, but I'm going to break out the pen for this. Exactly one of these two. Exactly one of these two. And at least one of these two is 3 bombs. At least one of these two means exactly one of these two. So this has to be the bomb. Only one of these 3, which means that's got to be a bomb. Ding! Not really much in the way of sound design for this game. This game is playing it very, very bare. Very, minimalistic. But I still appreciate a good ding. I would appreciate a fanfare even more, but it's a pretty good ding. Oh, God. Oh, not diagonals. Not diagonals. All right, that is, that changes things. Probably. That probably changes things. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The question mark means I don't have any information about that square. I do not know how many bombs are next to it. But I do know, as Garrett said, that it's not a bomb. It is a marked tile. I got a 7 over here as well, actually. Oh, and I have this 2. So maybe we can start with that? No, it could still be the 2 A's. How many A's do I have? Wait. How many grays do I have? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 32 grays. All right, yeah, this is not enough information to get started there. Likewise with the A's. 14. 28. 10's not enough to get started there either. All right, well, if the 7's not going to do it, let's start with the 1. Can we get anything here? The Picross phase of play, sure. Eight with a 7 means minimum one of these two, which means minimum one of these two. No. Maximum one of these two. The other way around. Could be both of these two, we don't know. But at least one. Yeah, there's nothing stopping it from being both. If bomb, bomb, then not bomb, not bomb. It actually look like the ones are really open. Big number, small number pairs. Yeah, there's not a 7 with a 1. Like, if this was a 1, that would make this a lot easier to start with. Maybe with this, like, 3 and the 1s, we can get something done? Like, no more than one of these two. No more than one of these two. Which means across these 3, maybe 1. Not the rows? Okay. I guess we have the diagonals where there's information, right? With the 3 and the 1 here, that gives us... There it is. There it is. Yep. That gives us some information. It's still not a lot to go on. But if exactly one of these two, then not these. Can I do something like that anywhere else? No, it's still 2s and 1s. Polymines is more actively Picross and Minesweeper and is also good. Interesting. Yeah, I know there's a ton of games in this space, and I've barely, like, dug into it at all. Oh, without diagonals, this is free. Not that that does a whole lot for me, but that is determinable. Not enough games in this space? I mean, there could still be a lot, and a lot could be not enough. I trust Dark Twinge to have played through most, if not all, that he has come across. The good, the bad, and the artless. That's cute. One of these two, which means exactly one of these two, which means this is open. But it could still be both of the gray ones. We don't know. All right, I'm starting to get a sense of, like, propagation of information across diagonals here in how this space works. Exactly one of these two. Yeah, we figured that one out. So now we have exactly one of these two, which means this is open. Exactly one of these two, which means this is open. Only one in this row, and it's got to be one of these two. Exactly one of these two, which means 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 this is open. I love this. I'm actually really into, like, the propagation of restrictions as you go down the diagonal. That's interesting. Hexcells series. Hexcells is the only other one that I've played. So Hexcells and Tametsi, I think I can agree both are good. Polymines and Delete are good ones. Hex Seed is mediocre. Demon Crawl was focused on meta progression and guessing. Wow. Yeah, that's not my vibe either. That's mildly distressing. I don't like that idea. I would rather it did not do that thing. One of these two, which means these are open. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 curses. Almost there. One of these two. Two of these three. Doesn't help. One of these two, which means one of these two, which means Bupkis. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on a second. Wait, do I know that? I don't know that. I still have these. This could be... Okay, I don't know that. Like, one of these two, okay. And then one of these two, okay. But that could still be here and here. It doesn't have to be either of these. In fact, it can't be either of these, can it? Wait a minute. If this is a bomb, then this is not a bomb. Can this then be a bomb? Or must this be a bomb? Does this have to be? I kind of thought things were propagating across angles, but maybe not. Hex Seed is more quantity over quality. Okay. Yeah, the colored spaces are messing with me a little bit. I keep forgetting that they're available spaces to put a mine. Just on a glance. This has 2 of 3. This has 2 of 4. This has 1 of a lot. One of four. Two of five? Two of five? One of two. We've already taken what information we can from there, I think. Two of three. But nothing that's particularly restricted here. 2, 3, 5, 6. Five of these six. All right, so minimum one of these two. Which means maximum one of these two. Which doesn't actually get me anywhere here. 0 or 1 of these two. Which means 1 or 2 of these two. But I think that also doesn't get me anywhere. It bothered you enough that the devs actively considered finding the trivial known solves to be part of the challenge and didn't want to add quality of life features. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's very different approaches to certain types of games. Like, any deck builders that have, you know, figuring out the mechanics is part of the game, right? Figuring out what a keyword means is part of the game, and I'm just like, oh, I want to know what the mechanic does. I want to know what poison does. You can't just put poison on a card and leave it at that. Like, you've got to give me more information. That makes me so mad. But it's just a different approach, right? It's just, like, if they want that to be part of the mystery, if they want that to be part of the, like, skill of the game is knowing what things mean, then, like, that is absolutely a way that you can approach the game. It just doesn't sit well with me. Having trophies for... they have a trophy for guessing the hardest possible? Ugh. Ugh. I haven't played Understand, but it's been gifted to me. It is on my list of things to play. But because of, like, the way that game works, I want to devote an evening slot to it. So it might be a while, is the problem. Bombi. I don't know what that one is. I guess I'll wait for Dark Twitch to play it on stream, and then I'll know. I keep looking at this one and thinking, oh, there's only one space it's touching that's open, because I keep confusing the A's. I'm gonna have to play Nausea next. Oh. Have to, huh? Freebie on the bottom row. Am I just missing it? Yes, I am in fact just missing it. God damn it. It's the non-diagonal is just completely like, I don't know how to parse this grid. I just don't know how to do it. It's so bad. All right, but yes, that has to be that, which means that has to be that. Which means exactly one of these two, which means not that. Which means this whole row is bombs now. Two more. And it's gotta be both of these. Man, heck with the puzzles. I'm just vibing to the music. I don't even know what's happening anymore. How do I even play games? A checker tells you if your rule is formally correct. Whoa. I love automating puzzle solutions. Actually, that sounds like it would be really interesting. Just fill in rules, and then if the rule is correct, it applies it to the puzzle, and just solves the puzzle for you based on your rule? That sounds awesome, actually. I would play that game at least once. One here. One of these two. Maybe we're in on A5. Maybe we have information here now. All right, so exactly one of these two. Exactly one of these two. Exactly one of these two. So 3 left among these 4. No, 2 left among these 4. I have no information about these 2 at all. That's not true. If we go one of these 2 and one of these 2, I know 2 of these 3. Because 4 spaces for 3 bombs. Which means we have 1 bomb left across these 3. Actually, I know that we have 2 across these 3. Because this doesn't have anything there. 1 here, 2 here, 2 more here. That's all of them, which means these 2 are open. Wild. We did it. We got there. It's a miracle. This has to be a bomb then. Cool. Very cool. Information acquired and utilized. I feel good about that. This needs to be a number. Then I'd be able to populate all the way through. Otherwise, I am still in the similar position from before. This is either 1 here or 2 that way. I have 3 grays. That might be my next piece of information. One of these 2. Oh. One here, 2 of these is all 3 remaining bombs. Fantastic. One of these 2 grays. I think it's this one. Yo, rough start, rough start. I got an achievement. Cool. Finished another subset of puzzles. Wonder in what way that is a subset of puzzles. Complete 25 puzzles from the main set. Sure. I guess any 25? Interesting. Limit of 4 input clues for a rule. Oh, for the bomb logic game? There's too many bomb games. I can't just call them bomb games anymore. Would play that game at least once, which means I would play the adjacent game at most once, which, yes. Beautiful, beautiful. It's this octagon square pattern grid is pretty good at moving information around. Takes some getting used to, though. If you misclick and undo, then you only get a partial clear on the main screen. You have to resolve without mistakes to clean up. Ah, that's really interesting. I guess I hadn't been in that situation, so I didn't know. Crosses now. Too bad. All right. A lot to work through still. But I have some information up here about A's. But not enough to give me real information. We have to move through some other stuff first before I get there. I think I have something here. Not sure what. One of these two. One of these two. One of these two. This one means exactly one of these two. Ah, but this is looking there also. Okay. So this is one of these two, and this is one of these three. So not this. Which needs two more, which can only be these. Took a little bit to come together. But it came together eventually. Hang on. I'm getting additional information about what my evening plans are. Good. Happy to have that. Might mean I need to cut stream a bit early. So we'll probably go to like 5 tonight instead of till 6. Okay, cool. But that is probably okay. There's one here right in the middle. This one. I want to resolve that one. Not sure I know how yet. Alright, back to what I was doing over here. 2 of these 4. One of these 2, which means one of these 2. One of these 2 means 2 of these 4. But one of these 2, so one of these 2. One of these 2 means one of these 4. One of these 4. But we also know one of these 2, so this is open and this is open. Neat! Call that progress. Sorry, still coordinating. All right. Should be resolved. Hopefully. Keep an eye on things. Where am I? What am I doing? How does any of this work? These numbers are still too high to really do anything with. I think. Yeah, I'm not getting anything done there. I can account for 4 of the 5 Bs, but that still leaves a floating B. This is not a lot of Cs to still have 7 bombs? It's a lot of bombs over here in the red area. Wait a minute. I may have discovered information. All right, so if exactly one of these, and this still needs 2, then that's a bomb. I did it. I marked a bomb. I feel good about that. Exactly one of these, which given the overlap here, means exactly one of these. I should be writing this down. Exactly one of these. Exactly one of those. Exactly one of these out of 6. This is unresolved, but then we have exactly one of these. 2, 3, 4. And then this is information across the B and C line, which doesn't really get me anywhere. But we do know exactly one of these. And exactly one of these, and exactly one of these as a result, I think. The 1s and 2s. But that doesn't actually tell me what's going on here. Like, it could be all 3 of the C's, we don't know. 2, 3, 4. It can't be all 3 of the C's. It could be 2 of the C's, we don't know. Could be 2 or 1 or 0. Could it be 0 of the C's? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could not be 0 of the C's. 1 or 2 of the C's. But that still doesn't tell me anything. So where is my next piece of useful information? Yeah, sure, absolutely. I am not particularly concerned about, or rather, I am a lot less concerned about backseating on a stream like this than I would be otherwise. Double 1s on top over here. Yep. That's good. These 2 must be 1s. Or one of these 2, which means nothing else from this one. Ah, that means not this also, which means this. It is, for whatever reason, it is hard to cross information across colors. Like, I'm looking at this, right? And I see these 2, and I'm like, okay, 2 for the 2, without realizing that the red is like the same as yellow, basically. Was as far as you got. That's fair. I mean, I have to reveal more information to get anywhere from there, so. But now that I have revealed more information, maybe we can get somewhere from here. Right? Like, this one is exactly one of these 2, which means neither of these 2. 3. 3 is a big number. Exactly one of these 2, which means exactly one of these 2. But that's still not particularly revelatory. What's up, Kellerman? I could need something over here to be able to use that information correctly. Like here, maybe? No more than one of these two? Yeah, no more than one of these two. So for this to have 3, both of these need to be bombs. Which means neither of these can be bombs. Sweet. Yeah, this is the trick, is the adjacent octagons, or the octagons next to the squares, like moving information back and forth between them. Right, this one means exactly one of these two, which means exactly one across these 3. Which doesn't actually tell me anything here, but... One more day till the weekend? Nice. Everybody loves the weekend. Can I get anything more out of these, given where we're at? This needs 4? This needs 3 of these 4? But I don't have any actual information about them. One of these 3? No more than one of... Aha, here it is. No more than one of these 2. Which means this and this have to be a bomb. Shared information there. Down to 4 on A and down to 3 on B. Maybe I can figure out B now? I think I can figure out B now. Right? So there's 1 across these 2. There is 1 across these 3. And there's 1 across these 2, which means all of the other Bs are free? Yahtzee. That's a lot, actually. Big 0. Think that covers it? Well then. Cool. Do enjoy an annual chocolate-based festival. Yeah, that's pretty good. Chocolate is a good reason to celebrate. I am a believer in chocolate. It's all 1s. How do you manage that? With no good adjacencies. Oh, no, there's good adjacencies here, right? Exactly 1 across these 2, which means this is covered. And do you have exactly that to look at? You have exactly that to look at. That's a lie. That's a lie. I was lying. I would not have noticed those for forever if this was not countdown mode. Wow. Don't know what this means, but you click things. I understand. I agree with you. Thank you for clicking things. I always appreciate it. You only have 2 things that you can touch. Okay, great. Only 1 bomb left in A's? I agree. There is exactly 1 bomb left in A's. You're not wrong. And 1 bomb in B's? Yes, I agree. That is correct. You've made correct statements. So it can't be top and bottom, but it could be these 2, and it could be these 2. It can't be the 2 next to each other either. So it's these 2 or these 2. Okay. Now where are we at? Okay, good. Nice and limiting. Likewise. This could still be either direction, so we don't know there yet. We're not there yet. Not a lot of room here in the seas. But still more room than I want to give it. What does this tell me? What information do I have about seas? So this has to be a bomb. Which means one of these two is a bomb. And the NASA Blue t-shirt. Yeah, that is a good t-shirt. This is not information. But we do know one of these four. And we know one of these two. Oh, that's actually all of the C's. So we have two opens. All right, what am I looking at now? How have things changed? Not drastically. Things have changed a little bit down here. Can safely mark that. Things over here have not changed appreciably. But we might be able to do something with this too. Here it is. No more than one of these two. So this has to be a bomb. And given my previous information, that means this is not a bomb. Oh, now I have to figure this out. I think I had this figured out before and just didn't. But okay. Whew. That's a lot. You have dozens of hours in this game. There are keys and features I'm using that you weren't aware of. Yeah, there's a whole options list on startup that is kind of easy to miss. And then I have someone else who has dozens? Probably like 30 to 40 hours in this game, right? For Dark Twinge, if I had to guess. Maybe that's overestimating things. Probably closer to 30 than 40. Although Dark Twinge does solve slowly on stream, that being one of his key features. Wow, A, B, C, D, huh? You'd be surprised if it was that low. Fair enough. We diagonals? We are diagonals today. So we got the 1-2 business here, which means this is a bomb. Only one in C. Okay, that's going to be something. 30 would be only 5 times lower than your actual... It completely underestimated you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 130 dammers, huh? All right. Got to level 40 in 12 hours. Sure. I've been going for like, what, 3? 3-ish? 90 hours for Iron Furs. Respect. 2/3 through a second playthrough. Really, Dark Twinge? This is not the kind of game that I would expect someone to come back to. But I guess I could believe that. Like, once you've gone through it all, especially with the number of games you've gone through, it wouldn't surprise me if coming back to a game that was this deep was worth it. Like, not exactly remembering stuff, but having just patterns in your head. Been through the main sequence 1.8 times. Okay. That's right, right? This is the only one left here? Yeah, it's gotta. It's gotta. One of these two, which that's why the C1 is important, as expected. And now we get to play Minesweeper. No more than one of these two. It's a lot of... There we go. Nope, nope. The two diagonals across here. The theme! Ones next to each other. I like this one too. Where does this get me? This doesn't quite get me where I want it to, does it? 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So one of these two. Not sure you've done any other non-random puzzle game again like this. Okay. The symmetry. Put it in the suggestions channel, Ragnar. I'll remember to come back that way. I'll add it as a quote afterwards. You did a HL? Okay, cool. The HLs I'm not as consistent about getting to just because of how slow it takes me to get highlights up in the first place. But I will try and remember. Actually, clip it. That's probably the easiest way to manage that. Oh, here it is. Okay, so one's here, which means that's a bomb. Exactly one of these two, so exactly one of these three. Which, that doesn't actually help here. Too bad. Bit late for that. Now that's fair. Yeah, you gotta go back and look at the VOD. This is not helpful. None of this is helpful. Maybe something in the A's is helpful. Maybe I can figure that out. If exactly one of these, there's only one bomb left for these 6. I'm still not quite there. This is it. The two ones next to each other here. The one slightly more limited one. One of these two, which means not this. One of these two. There's 3. Too much movement. Not quite even enough. I can't get a full line. These two. One of these two. So one of these 4, but like that's overlaps weird. That's actually not helpful. I looked at Jelly is Sticky. For whatever reason, the like puzzle solving in Jelly is Sticky didn't appeal to me. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Which one is Jelly is Sticky? Might be confusing that with something else. Why do I not have a good line on any of these? There's got to be something here. Is there really not overlap here? Two of these 3. Ah, I knew there was overlap somewhere. 2 of these 3, which means this has 2. Man, that took a while to come together. There we go. Now we're playing Minesweeper. covers the same overlap, which means... Likewise here, these overlap the same spaces, which means... Ooh. Delightful. One of these two, and now also one of these two, which means A is resolved. Make sure I know how to actually put this together. Jeez. Semi-averse to Sokoban likes as a default. Okay. Is Lolo good? Man, Lolo is such an ancient game. Kind of surprised to think that it might actually be a good game. How many Lolos were there? Didn't they go up to 3 Adventure of Lolo? It's rather a lot of Lolo. Exactly one of these 3. Oh, there's only one D left. That means it has to be a bomb. Fantastic. 1 and 2. Beautiful. Does this give me information? Is information revealed here? Am I informed? These two means exactly one of these two, but we don't know which one of these two. And I have no additional information about this square. Alas, not informed. 3 US NES releases. There's more total games. Oh, really? Oh no, there's Adventures of Lolo fan games? That's disastrous. I don't know that I'm ready for that. Here, the ones next to each other. Alright, that's where the information is. I figured it out. Information is available. 5! 5! Big numbers. 5? This is all of the grays, actually. Between this and this, that's all of the grays. Open up. Exactly one of these two, which means this is a bomb. Yeah, there we go. And eventually, it will become determined where these bombs are. Only one of these two, which means like that. Yes, so all of these are covered. It's now one remaining in B, huh? And since this needs 2 more bombs, one of these Bs have to be the bombs. B for bombs. Or, alternately, B for not bombs. Turns out not bombs also begins with B. Work towards a big collaborative programming project for recreating Lolo. That's very neat. That is a very specific thing to work on, but that's very neat. What information did this give me? Or am I yet again stuck? 2 grays, one of these two, and one of these two, and 1 B, and 2 A's. Okay. Oh, wait, I have to know this one. There's no way to not know this one. This is impossible to not know. Belittled by lines. Wow, so many words begin with B. B, B, B. What begins with B? Dr. Seuss really did a number on people, didn't he? I feel like this one should give me the information I need. Or am I at the point where I fill in a guess and figure out whether or not it's legal? And then, if it's legal, it has to be the answer because there is only one legal answer. Like, if this is a bomb, then this is not a bomb. Then this is a bomb. Then this is not a bomb. Then this is a bomb. And this is a bomb. And this is not a bomb. That seems legal. If this is a bomb, this is not. So this is a bomb. So this is not. So this is a bomb. So this is not. Oh, it's here. Here is where I start. Exactly one of these, and this needs two. So that has to be a bomb. Okay. Finally came together. That was... U.S. Adventures of Lolo 2 is a good point where it's definitely challenging, but rarely BS hard. Alright, alright. I appreciate having an entry point into the Adventures of Lolo franchise. What the balls? Okay. And we are looking at diagonals. No more than one of these three. So that's got to be a bomb. Three. Question mark, you jerks. Hey, Linwell, how's it going? 6 of the A's. We may eventually get there as well. That is good information to have. You need 2? Well, okay. You say so. One of these 3, and also one of these 5, so not these. Mine keeps wanting to solve this like Picross. There's both elements is the thing, right? Like, both things are involved. Unfortunately, it does not quite allow you to do Picross solves because these aren't blocked together. This just means 7 in the row as a whole, not that there is a block of 7. 2 across these. So 1 across these 2. Which means 1 across these 2, which means this is not. 1 across these, which means bomb bomb. It's all coming together. Correct. This is not Picross. So this is... I've been affectionately referring to this game as, oh yeah, this track is so good. I've been affectionately referring to this game as Advanced Minesweeper, as I have seen it referred to from other people. So the Minesweeper rules are all the same. The column lines are also number of mines in that column. And then you also have a bomb count, which is why these A's are here. These aren't blocks or anything. They're not, you know, not clickable. These are tiles like any other tiles, except I know across all of the A's there are exactly 6 bombs. So like these 2 could be bombs, which means out of the rest of the column there's 5 more bombs. And out of the rest of the A's there's 4 more bombs. Just as an example. Alright, what am I doing here? Exactly one of these 2. which means both of these necessarily. The A's are spicy. Sure. Yeah. All right, I'll go with that. That seems like a legitimate descriptor. I feel like I should have more information here. I do have more information here. One here, huh? Of these three, exactly one. So this has to be a bomb. One of these two, which means bomb. Okay, so this, I believe, gets me some information as well. Let's resolve this first. One of these two, so not that. Oh. One of these two, so yes, that. One of these two, and one of these two. But if one of these two, then not this. So yes, that. Cool. You need two, have two. Exactly one of these two, which means that. I've done it. I've cleared one of the A's. Progress is being made. These two don't get me anywhere. Too bad. These options have saved your life. Happy to hear it, Urza. And then I'm assuming you know about control clicking. But that was also given to me as outside information. I did not discover this because the game taught it to me. I discovered this because somebody in chat said so. Probably Dark Twinge, if I had to guess. But that was like an hour ago. My memory of that time is hazy. What am I doing here? That was the control you didn't know before? It's pretty helpful, yeah. Control clicking, like putting a placeholder. Actually, control gives you an overlay when you mouse over things. So like, I can hold control to see what tiles are touching this tile for the purposes of adjacency counts. But that only shows up if I hold control. There's not really a placeholder, but there is a draw mode if you just want to draw on here for your own purposes for placeholders. Yeah, this playlist has a lot of different remixes. This is vaguely Prelude-esque. I don't actually remember which track this is. Sounds like a Final Fantasy Prelude, though. Apparently it's from 6. I don't believe it. Where am I? Am I here? Is this the next thing? 4 of the A's. And that's the problem. If it's a remix of Prelude, how are you gonna know which entry it's from? It's like every entry has Prelude in there somewhere. I think it's columns. I think columns is my next trick. I think it's here. right? Exactly one of these, so it has to be here. Four of these five, or three of these three. That seems like a good place to be. Now, two of these two. All right, I can make that happen. Confused as to why you were hearing Final Fantasy music without having booted up Final Fantasy yet. All right. Can respect that too. 3 A's, huh? I'm gonna have to use this information somewhere. I don't know where, though. Three of these four. But no more than one of these two. So that necessarily. And that. Oh, okay. Well, great. We know one of these two. I think we know very little about anything else here. One of these two. Do I know necessarily that this one is, like, up here somewhere, or... I know one of these two, but that doesn't really give me any information about what's down here. Oh, do I start cross-referencing the A's and the column numbers? That might be it. Like, of these A's, no more than 2. Of these A's, no more than 1, etc., etc. Second column? I mean, I know this space, so there's only one bomb left down here. Oh, this too? Oh, yeah. I should have that. That's true. The 2 and the 1s work. That's a good point. I don't know why I missed that. I was actually looking for column clues, and I still missed that. Because one of these 3 and one of these 3 means this is open. I might be able to figure out more from how this overlaps, but I don't necessarily need to. One of these 2, which means for this, one of these 2, which means this 2 is satisfied. If one of these 2, that means this column is satisfied, actually. Get in there. All right, that opens this up completely. One of these 2, which means one of these 2, which means not that. Love Fez music so much. God damn, Disaster Piece is a genius. This is a remix of several different Fez tracks, yeah. There are multiple Fez remix albums. This is other people remixing Fez as opposed to Disaster Piece remixing Fez. I think side F is the Disaster Piece side and side Z is the other people's side. How many channel points would it take to purchase low octane puzzle solving? I believe low octane is the default. But today I have decided to kick it up a notch. Kicking it into high gear. I don't know that that's actually true. But we can pretend it is. I don't know. Were any of the puzzles in Murder by Numbers high octane? Like time pressure? Were they dramatic puzzle solving? I don't know that this puzzle is taking dramatically more time than any of the previous puzzles, but sure. I mean, all of the puzzles are requiring some work. That's a good idea. Smart. Thank you, Formal. Yeah, I don't think anything in Murder by Numbers was particularly tense once you were in the puzzle solving phase. Like, the puzzles were all looking for clues, although there was one section where it's like, I gotta find the solution to this puzzle in order to get out of this situation. Can't drink unless someone redeems that? Formal's trying to kill me. I didn't realize that this is how it ends, Formal. Okay, Regnar's out here saving my life. Thank you, Regnar. All right, there's a clue here. There's a clue here. I just need to think about this for more than like 3 seconds uninterrupted. One of these two, which means not this. Figured it out. We got there. Air redeem. Reminder to breathe. Jesus. I don't have it in me to refuse oxygen. I don't think I am capable of doing that. 6 available A's with 3 bombs. So that's not... We're not there yet. One of these, so one of these. One of these, and one of these, so this is open. Pretend you had an end game in mind for low octane puzzle solving. No, it was the. I fully respect that was the obvious thing to come in and ask. Did I see the April Fool's Sonic game? I did. I've added it to my Steam library. Presumably, I'll play it at some point. You're like the 3rd or 4th person to ask about it. Like, there seems to be some collective desire to see Sonic get heckin' killed. So, you know, I'm in. What are we doing here? No more than one of these two. But not necessarily any of these two. Likewise, not necessarily this one. And not necessarily this one. Wow. Not necessarily anything. One of these 3. No, we do have a necessarily. One of these 3... which means with full overlap. That must be it. Cool. Business is occurring. Only one left. Hooray. Ow, good work, good work. Some of the Tametsi puzzles might be said to involve a hexane. Ooh. Oh, okay, okay. Actually, yeah, why is Octane called Octane? What about it is 8? I've never heard the term hexane. I do know what butane is. Is butane like a bi-octane? Carbons in the molecule. Huh. Learning chemistry things. Neat. Butane is 4? Shouldn't it be Quadtane then? Inconsistent naming schemes. What am I doing out here? 2 in the A's, no more than one of these, but not necessarily any of these. But also no more than one of these, but not necessarily any of these. But in that case, exactly one of these and exactly one of these, which means the rest of this is open. That was the trick. The trick has been discovered. I figured out the trick. Yeah, get Minesweepered. Get swept. The chemistry puzzle game Sokobond. I remember Sokobond. I remember Sokobond. I don't know that I played much Sokobond. Was Sokobond, is Sokobond the game that I'm thinking of? There was a game... Was Sokobond the Zachtronics game that takes place on another planet? Heptane? 7 carbons? Is that even legal? Space Chem. Space Chem is the one I was thinking of. Which one is Sokobond? Maybe I never played Sokobond. Maybe I know it exists, but I never played it. That's highly plausible. Alright, we got a grid. This is intriguing. I feel like this is maybe where I begin. No more than one of these two, which means... box pushing chemistry. I mean, that makes sense from the title. Don't have any reason to dispute that. What's going on here? One of these two. And one of these two. Which doesn't actually tell me anything. One of these two. Which means necessarily one of these two. Which means that's open. Which means one of these two. Which means these are open. One of these two, which means 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 that's open. One of these two, which means that's a bomb. Excellent. That's a lot of B's, Formal. What is B? It's not lead. Because lead is a plumbum. Why do I not... B is boron, right? How many B's is that? I refuse to count. That's like a B15. Is that a molecule? Can you just stack a bunch of boron together and turn it into a molecule? You gotta fuse with something, right? Like... I don't know, I guess this oxygen is O2, so that's a molecule all on its own. You're just reading the board, sure. It's boron and carbon and antimony. Metals? I mean, my knowledge of chemistry is like just enough to get into the conversation and not enough to contribute to the conversation. Antimony is SB? God damn it! Obviously. How foolish of me. Obviously. Thank you, Garrett. boron is usually combined with oxygen. So you just have a whole string of Bobs. C2B10H12. I don't know how to say B10 or H12. Like, I know what bicarbon is. But, what is a 10? Do you actually say, like, decaboron or something? That's exactly what I was looking for, Formal. Thank you. Carborane. Sure. I agree. No J's on the periodic... Really? No J's on the periodic table? How rude. That's so limiting. They gotta add some J's for accessibility. Somebody's gotta make up the 158th element? So, hang on. I gotta look at a periodic table. Give me a second. Periodic table. $119th, apparently, would be the next one. Where would it go on the periodic table? Somebody's gotta slam some... back to the periodic table. We gotta do math this time. Some iridium into... what's 42? Molybdenum. And create something that lasts longer than, like, a second. Maybe that's overly optimistic. Something that lasts longer than, like, 10 milliseconds. We're at the bottom. I mean, sure. But, like, they've already got stuff at the bottom that's not at the bottom. It's in the middle. Periodic table is weird, man. That stuff is organized very weirdly. They did some things with that thing. I don't actually know why the periodic table is organized in the way it's organized. Like, what does the grid represent? Oh, I was going to do a thing over here. That was the thing I was going to do. Thing done. Oh, thing not done. Now thing done. Now thing done? Now thing done. This is your favorite topic of chemistry? All right, all right. Enlighten me, Formal. I wish to know. All these twos. You don't quite get there with all these twos. You don't really know, so let me incorrectly guess first. I want to hear the incorrect guesses, I think. And then I want to hear the correct, the actual correct answers. But I do like some incorrect guesses. Dr. Garrett, please. Man, look at all this Minesweeper that's happening. So many mines ready to get swept. I think it's basically rows are numbers of shells' energy levels, and columns are something like numbers of electrons on the outer shell. I think that's probably correct. Like, I know the actual periodic number has to do with the number of it's not nuclei. Neutrons? Neutrons related to protons or something? Protons. Protons or neutrons? Okay, everybody knows the answer to this. Protons. All right, great. Great, great. That's not necessarily correct. This is still a thing. One of these two. And one of these two. And one of these two. Not helpful. Not there yet. There we go. Whoa, C0! Heck yeah. We zeroed out the C's. No more C's on this board. This is an anti-carbon board. All right, well, it looks like that's the end of the incorrect guesses. So, Formal, the stage is yours. One of these two. So, one of these two. So, no additional information received. Yeah. That's empty. None of this actually looks like it's getting me anywhere. Maybe B3 is the answer? But even still, there's like a bunch of open space here. You don't teach for free. This is premium content, huh? Which Patreon tier is this for you, Formal? You're on OnlyFans. On OnlyFans with the chemistry content. I'm so here for this. Oh, I extremely don't know where to go from here. What can be determined from the situation I am in? Ah, here we go. This is it. The ones across from each other. The ones across from each other. The ones across from each other. Always remember, this is the answer. It's the ones across from each other. One of these two, which means this one is already resolved. Now there's a one across from each other, which means this one. And now this one is... Yeah, okay. We're in there. Minimum one of these two, so not that. You need a 2, alright, we'll give it to you. Ah, now I get to sweep some minds again. And I can finish cleaning this up as well. Beautiful. Good work, everybody. We're all gonna need you to collude next time, probably. Don't think I'm giving you credit, though. It's my name at the top of that paper. Yep, the ones across from each other. Beautiful. Okay, if you say so. 0 A's. We did it. We got there. Beautiful. This one actually came together fairly quickly. Donut, pretty good. Maze. Maze 21. Oh, because it's a 2 and a 1. Absolutely. This could be the 21st maze. But first, let's play some Minesweeper. Do I know the answer here? Only one left in A? And one in B and one in C. Intriguing. If only one in A, then no more than one of these, which means that's a bomb. Exactly one of these, which means not that. Or that, for that matter. Or any of the rest of the A's, for that matter. bomb? That's what that means? Sorry. Think about this. You're gonna live forever? Fantastic. I think that's a good idea, honestly. I would recommend not dying to almost anybody. That's certainly the path I intend to take. Some of the details remain unclear, but just know that's the direction I'm headed. One of these three, which means at most one of these two, which means that's a bomb. Yes, okay, good. Got it figured out. Your favorite thing is that we're going to get a new set of metallic elements inside of the already separate lanthanides and actinides. Is that the term for like the separate, like the separate two rows that are at the bottom? Are those one of those two things? Like I hear lanthanide and actinide. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like chemistry. Without knowing too much about what actually is happening there. The name doesn't mean anything other than lives in that line. Wow, that's miserable. All right, this is now a 1, so exactly one of these two, which means not that. This has its 2 among these 3, so not any of these. Exactly one of these 3, no more than one of these 2, which means bomb. How am I going to get this stuff, though? Oh, probably by managing this in some way. I imagine. Something along those lines. Yeah, that looks a lot more managed than I previously had it managed. Cool, we figured it out. I'm gonna have to reveal that this is not a bomb by determining which one of these is a bomb, aren't I? The lanthanides are all similar to lanthanium, the first lanthanide. Aha! And the actinides are super radioactive. Rad. Super radioactive! Sounds like a hell of a thing. Some point they just stop being stable. Yeah, I mean, I know that there are certain things on the periodic table that have only existed for milliseconds at a time. Because, you know, there's just not that stable. Like, it comes together, forms a molecule, and then dissipates. Oh, yeah. What if every lanthanide had an actinide as its nemesis? That sounds fantastic. I would read that fanfic. At least one of these 3. In fact, no more than one of these 3. So that has to be a bomb. They do match up 1 to 1. Yeah, I've seen that. I think that's very cool. What are we doing here? No more than one of these 4. Six! 3, 4, 5, 6. Fantastic. The reason they're organized that way is that we organized it by weight. And then in the 1800s, Mendeleev said, this noble gas is like this noble gas. Happened to coincide with the shell theory shortly after from Bohr. Element below another element is similar. Oh, yeah, I know, like, the column on the left side is all the noble gases or whatever. Maybe it's the right side. I don't know. One of the sides has all the noble gases. Interesting. Perfect, 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 perfect. I still have to think, like, I still have to deduce the patterns, but, like, there's very obvious patterns in some of the way, like, these things are organized. There's still one of these C's. Curses. Where do I go from here? What? This seal's very limiting. Oh, I see. No more than one of the C's could be a thing. That's the trick here. I got it. You just like patterns? I mean, I understand. I understand. I, too, am human, and like other humans, enjoy patterns. How do you do, fellow human? Alright, so if only one of the C's can be a thing, then this has to be a bomb. And one of these have to be a bomb, so these cannot be bombs. And now I am once again allowed to play the game. One of these three, which means no more than one of these two, which means this is a bomb. I'm starting to internalize some of the bits. Still not quite there. It's 0. It's a very promising 0 there. Ha ha ha, dot wave. Beautiful. Where are we here? One of these three, which means not these two. No more than one of these two, the one and the two next to each other, right? No more than one of these two. So the next one over has to be the bomb. The one on the other side of the one has to be the bomb. Ah, dangerous. Why would you do this to me? There is a bomb left, okay. Okay, cool. Very cool. Super cool. We did it. Maze 21 defeated. Oh, no. This is promising. All right, let's start with the threes. Because threes on hexes are very good. One of these two. That doesn't actually tell me anything there. All right, but this does. Click the row numbers to keep the lines visible. Yep. Yeah, it does the line thing. As soon as I figure out which rows I actually want to do clues on and how they assist me with clues. There's a lot of different numbers that all, like, come together in interesting ways. What a game. Exactly one of these two, so this must be a bomb. Some number of bombs down here. I imagine with this information, we can kind of figure out some number of bombs. Maybe... Can both of these be bombs? It turns out no more than one of these can be a bomb, but one of them must be a bomb for this 3. So this has to not be a bomb, and this has to not be a bomb. And if one of these is a bomb, then I don't know. I think that's all the information I get out of that. 5 row useful? You did this one? This one that was a 5 and is now a 4? I don't think so. I don't think it overlaps with any particular clues. Like, that number is kind of too high to give me any information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 of those 5? Oh, that's actually pretty good. But it doesn't overlap with anything that is clued in any other way other than this one, and that's not sufficient. One of these doesn't quite get me anywhere. One of these two, and I don't know which. What is that from, Kellerman? Like, that sounds familiar. Is that like in one of the D&D movies or something? Couldn't tell if it was exactly correct number of spaces or spaces plus 1. Yeah. Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest? Why does Galaxy Quest have dwarves in it? There's a free one on top? I suppose. I guess. I don't know why I didn't see that. That was pretty rough. One directly across from another thing? No. The ones are not yet helping. Has Alan Rickman in it? That's pretty good. Alan Rickman, strong contributor in any movie he's been a part of. What am I doing here? Minimum one of these two. Minimum one of these 3. Is there a way to guarantee across these? Like if this is 1 and this is 1, it could be one of these 2 and then not that. So not really. Too bad. I thought that was going to get me somewhere. It looked like it was on the verge of getting me somewhere. And 4 A's across the million A's that are left, so that's not going to get me anywhere either. Yeah, I don't know why I never saw Galaxy Quest. It seemed like my kind of movie. You have to add Galaxy Quest to the Star Trek timeline in order for the even-odd thing to work out. Okay. It is incredible how hit or miss Star Trek films are. It's really, really wild how varied the quality is across that franchise. One of these 2, which doesn't get me anywhere. One of these 2. 2 of these 3. Does that require that this one be a bomb then? Is there anything restricting these 2? Not really. 2 of these 3 means guaranteed at least one of these. So these can't both be bombs. But that doesn't really matter, I don't think. Maybe this is the next step. There's just not any information there. Two of these 3. Minimum 1 of these 2. Which means minimum 1 of these 2. Which means this is open. What does that get me? I really should have already known that, actually, with this one up here. Maximum one of these 3, which means this 2 needs this to be a bomb. Exactly one of these 2 doesn't really get me anywhere with the C's. That's too bad. One's directly across from each other. Okay, so that means that this is not a bomb. Fantastic. All right, so this could be 1. This requires... Oh, wait, no, I can just do that. All right, so here we go. At exactly 1 up here, which means it has to be that one exactly, but that means this opens up. Like, if this is not a bomb, both of these have to be bombs. So this has to be a bomb. All right, cool. This is 2, so that's that. 3, my favorite. One's here. Does this get me anywhere? Does this get me anywhere? Sigourney Weaver. Is Sigourney Weaver in Galaxy Quest? Good for her. I have a 0. Amazing. Fantastic work. 2 C's left, 2 C's with bombs. Both remaining C's are bombs. Tell me about this 1. 3 of these 4. So exactly 1 of these 2. Nailed it. That means these 2 are bombs, though. What about you? Only 1 space left. Okay, well, I guess that's a bomb. Ah, that's good. That was effective. Extremely effective. How are we on bees? 1 more bomb in the bees. Okay, okay. What are we doing here? 3 more. And here, 2 more. 3 more across 4 spaces, and 2 more across 3 spaces. 3 more across 4 spaces, but only 1 of these 2 can be a bomb, so the other 2 have to be bombs. That's a 0. Fantastic. 1 more here, and the only one here is this one. 3! Love it. That seals this whole... Oh, no. Bees are open. There we go. All right. 1 of these 2. which means not these two, which means one of these two, which means one of these two, which means not this one. It's a 3! Heck yeah. Get 3'd. This one leaves exactly this space to be a bomb. That's a lie. I was lied to. I forgot about A's. And in fact, this A must be a bomb. So it's the other way around. Almost made a mistake. Almost mistaked. Fortunately, I was saved by guessing bombs first. What are we doing here? B's and C's are all open. Only one of these is a bomb. I don't know which. And there's 11 bombs in the gray. So we're back to over here. Can I figure this one out? Yes, there is a 3. Okay, down to 2 bombs in the... Okay. Okay, now we are in some kind of business. Because one of these two has to be a bomb. And one of these two has to be a bomb. So literally every other gray is not a bomb. Well, that kind of answers this one, doesn't it? And then over here, one of these two. So this has to be a bomb. Ah, there were more grays. Cool. Got it. All right. It is 5, and in deference to my evening plans, I think this is where I need to cut stream. Probably also better for the purposes of whatever is going on in my head right now. So, yeah, I think we will end stream here.